And we are live. Welcome, everyone, to my shop, / bedroom, / kitchen, / yeah. Today, I'd like to invite you along the process of designing and maybe starting a piece. Really, I'm not 100% sure on that, but that is what I'm going to try. I have this really pretty amethyst, and this is one that I don't suspect is lab grown. Which, like, one of the big giveaways that something might be lab grown is when it's absolutely effing gigantic. But there are other giveaways too. Another of those giveaways is color. I'm trying to grab a couple more that I have that are very, they're not amethyst, but these are citrine. And I do have one of these laying around that's synthetic that I can kind of show the difference of. See, I get distracted easily too. Another problem I have. Anyway, so this one I suspect is natural, but it might not be. I'm kind of in the middle on that one. This one I know is natural. You can see the color zoning in it. And it's, it is really, really, really giant. Like, it blows all of them away. Heck, I think it stands up to this piece even. Yeah, it is. It's bigger than a little bit. It might weigh about the same. This is a 50 carat citrine, which I am saving because it is a natural citrine, and being at 50 carats, I feel like that would be a good custom. Anyway, I don't suspect this one's natural. It may be giant, or I do suspect it's natural. It's big, but it's not like these perfect colors. Also, it's a mixed step cut, which, like this here, I know this is technically step cut, but it's also done in the Asher format. This is a giant round brilliant, where here we've got a mixed step cut cushion. Just kind of how I can, one of the ways I can tell the difference between natural and synthetics without the microscope. They're pretty though. I mean, I can't get the right, like, the angle that you would see this because of where I have my camera. It's not set up for viewing gemstones, but like, this one has almost no window when viewed with light hitting it in a good or the right direction. Like, just beautiful. Anyway, so I have been trying to think of a concept to do with it. That can be really difficult. I'm also doing this without doing any, like, research for design. Like, I didn't go look around looking at designs to get inspired. I'm just trying to pull shit out of my head. But I do know what I want in the end is a wire wrap or a hybrid. Probably a hybrid. Now, design is where I do struggle. A very wise person once said to me that how can you find your own voice when you're afraid to say something new? Really good point. I don't have any experience with design concepts, what's loved, what people appreciate. And so designing is the hardest part for me other than pricing. Pricing's just a nightmare. Oh, and symmetry. Which is hard because my brain always wants to go with symmetry, but it's like it's not my strong point. But yeah, I drew that up and I know better because shit, I can't even draw it symmetrically. You can see some darker lines in these, and then I've got a sketch that isn't as noticeable from that distance. So what I do is I draw the design concept up first, and then I take a pen and I do out where my frame will be. I learned this one from Valk9 Designs. He has a video on this concept. I think for Heady wire wrappers, that video is a great way to go. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I get it now. I love this. Oh, crap. Can I do this? Why couldn't I do this? What a good idea. Oh, I love this concept. But then I'm reading my design notes, and my design notes are basically like, do you want to throw $3,000 into this piece? No, no, I really don't. But I do. Man, this is coming out. Nope, I'm doing that. I don't like tearing pages out of this book, but when it comes to creating pieces that might be or something that might be inspirational to me in the future, I have a habit of hanging stuff up, use it to inspire me and drive me towards a goal. that's still a goal at some point. Need empty page. There we go. Dear God. Sometimes a design it just doesn't come to you, and I got to admit I am struggling on wire wraps right now. I'm low on silver as far as to use for wire wraps. And so it feels like nothing I do is going to be quite failing. Oh, thank you for the like. I don't know if you missed my tirade or not, but I'm trying to come up with a design for this amethyst. Designing is probably my weakest thing. You know what? F the amethyst. I have another project. I'll start on it. I've been trying to wait for the person to get a hold of me, but haven't heard back from them. So is come on now. I got too many freaking rocks. Hey Iris. Pendants. Trying to. Oh, don't make me go find this. I ain't got that kind of patience today. I'm trying to design a pendant for this. Iris. But I must admit it is a struggle. I've just had something crazy go through my head that I have to try because it would revolutionize things for me. If it worked. You know, I had something to that. Similar earlier, but it actually had a crescent moon above it. Let's bend this inside. I could do that, but that would be a super big moon. Like, I don't have that much silver on hand to do a project that big. Because that moon would have to be, like, huge. Also, I'm kind of depressed by the fact that my more unique stuff isn't selling. So I've been avoiding doing projects like that are more unique and more. I mean, not that my stuff isn't already unique as it is, but like I don't know. I'm trying kind of to go a little more normal in a way, just because and got bills to pay. Hmm. I may need to screw with this concept more, but it kind of holds the gem in there on its own pretty well. It's just getting those loops to work right. My brain has not been my friend lately. Hey, Will, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Lisa. Yeah, no, I get it. This is why I've been trying to figure out how to get more than one piece out of a casting or, even three, especially with the quality that I'm getting still. I just like I put 6 hours into this cast and got one piece to come out. So that's not cheap. Or well, it is, but I'm not making money for sure. Definitely nowhere near minimum wage. Kind of the same with these. They're actually more intensive trying to get this fucking turned into that is a goddamn nightmare. Still trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing wrong there. Although, can't afford to, because out of propane. Got more important things. I still like that crescent moon idea. Like, this was kind of my idea that I had earlier. Where the outer one will be like solid metal, do a strip of or two of yeah, here I go, designing it fucking symmetrically, like as if I don't fucking know better. That's dumb. Sorry. I don't even know. Hypotheticals, Lisa. Right on, Iris. Yeah, Lisa, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with an idea, but I'm not doing it super well today. I might just switch over to the torch. Something I'm trying to get out of, like every time I'm struggling like this with wire wrapping. And I've thought this ever since I started learning traditional, saying like that traditional is not easier because it's just as time inclusive. But I can come up with a more traditional or torch work design in an hour or two. It takes me like 10 hours to come up with a fucking wire wrap design every time. Not every time, but a lot of the time. Anything complicated. So I'm going back to it. Wire wrapping is way harder. Way harder. Support a local wire wrapper, or maybe not a local one. If he's on Etsy under Celestial Reach, he's pretty solid. That guy, you don't gotta live in the same place. The design I really want to do is a hybrid where this is just like chilling out, and then we've got a wire wrap up here holding it down. Iris, I do that quite often, but even so, designing a hybrid is also freaking nightmarish. But yeah, this is definitely one of the parts that I struggle with the most. And a lot of that stems from me trying to come up with original designs. That aren't symmetrical, because I've mainly given up on symmetrical. Although I'm also fighting something in my head right now, and I have been since I woke up. Somebody left a comment on one of my rings that I made. They asked me if the setting was meant to be crooked, and it wasn't for sure. And that got me thinking, why not? Why didn't I? Why don't I make a ring with. Let me grab a nice emerald cut, which was the cut of the stone he was complaining about, and just bam, sideways. Band still goes straight like normal, but just do something weird as fuck. Because I can. It very well may be coming to a short near you. Yeah, Iris, I'm like I'm almost thinking of doing the exact same stone or ring, which was your normal it had the side stones and then your emerald cut setting, except for nah. We do yeah, we do that, and then of course in the making video, do it as a response to that comment and being like, great idea, because honestly, not a horrible one, and it inspired me. It was just like, why not? Just, go against the grain a little. Maybe I should. Oh, wait. I mean, it is an unlucky amethyst because I just had to melt the ring it came out of, but not the one I'm looking for. That's Maybe I should say screw this and just pop out the torch and try to set this very unlucky ametrine that I've been trying to. I have literally set this thing 4 times and made 4 settings, and every time that setting falls apart while I'm putting the stone in. I don't absolutely hate this design. Now I'm going to draw the frame that I would make out of soldered elements. So, of course, the setting is going to be all soldered. For that setting, at least. Possibly those. And I'm going to have to do it in a way where, like, we have the setting of the stone, and then elements coming off on the side that are able to be tied, or that the wire wrap's able to be tied onto. So, like, make sure there's an element here that this wire can wrap into, and then have the frame come up. I'd want to do the same thing over here. Because there also has to be built into all of this, which will be slightly lower. At some point, I need a box that's empty for the bale to go through. I'm going to use a tube setting for that there. Might as well. I think I might go with this. First, it's going to require making the setting for this. As I explained earlier, is the dark first. Okay, Iris. That's why I said excuse the darkness for a second, because I had to unplug for a moment to come over to this side. How do I want to build this frame? I do have choices, of course. What the hell is this? It has got to be silver, right? One second before I continue, I need to figure out if this is. Oh, also, if anyone wants, I'm willing to also do Mokune Gane ring if you're wanting to see that. No, let me actually is this. Like that color is really different. Very different. Like somewhat gold. But I struggle to think that I am capable of losing a chunk of gold that big. I am just trying to find a chunk of silver that's approximately the same size to do like a weight comparison test. Because that just looks odd. But finding 3 or 4 grams of gold would be nice. And looking at it, I think I suspect that I know where that came from, but I think I do know. With it being hammered like that, I think that is fucking gold. It sure shines like it. Oh, I'm gonna have to take it to get tested now. God. Yeah, they're close enough. I am going to put this in a plastic bag. I'll take it in later. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100%. But I don't know. And since I don't know, it would be foolish to not have it tested. So, anyway, back to this. I don't want to do this from melt. Feels kind of pointless too. Especially when I got 18-page square laying around. Hell yes. Knew there was a good reason to buy this stuff. I can't believe I have that video that's almost at 90,000 views. I think it's at like 86 right now. But also, so far it's been getting like 10,000 views a day. That's been kind of crazy. How's everyone else doing? Anyone do anything interesting this weekend? Fun? I tried to go vending last night, but there was just like I was hoping since the smoke is making it cooler around here that would bring people out. It's not. So on these hybrids, this definitely is the hard part, or one of the hard parts is making the frame. I still say designing's probably the hardest part of all of it. That'll work. By the way, these casted pieces, I haven't gotten these 3 up, but I will be getting them up. I am still artificially holding the price of these down because it's my fault that I'm not getting the amount in a cast that I want. If anyone's interested, please hit me up on Etsy. Sapphire, Amethyst, Blue Topaz, Peridot. Went to Nashville. Oh, sweet. That's cool. I wish I'd have been there. I mean, not so much listening to the music, but those events are the ones I really like vending at. They're fun. He just does not want to get cut. Plus, I'm not going to lie, those music events I actually make sales at. So it may not always be the amount of sales I want, but I've never gone to one and not had sales. And people blow stupid money, yes. I'm kind of upset because we have one in town that every year I go show them my stuff, and they're like, "Oh my god, that's amazing! You should get into applications." Oh, sure, we'll send you an email when applications are available. Second, actually, this is the 3rd year in a row that I have heard it's too late. I mean, the first one I totally understand, and even the second one to a point, but after 2 times in a row of getting told, "Oh yeah, we'll email you when we're putting out applications," and then just getting fucking blown off, I'm gonna actually several friends of mine who have experienced the exact same thing said we just don't care anymore about the whole "oh, you're scalping when" bullshit. We're just gonna go set up right outside your fucking festival. Technically, you cannot stop us. All you had to do was, well, nah, because had they actually sent me the application and then denied me, I might have still said, "Yeah, sure, I'll go set up with you guys." I don't know that I actually have a moral leg to stand on here, but I'm gonna pretend like I do. All right, a little bit of flux up on that, and cool. Yeah, that makes 2 of these I'm gonna have to go fill. Yeah, sure. Just gently massage that up in there. Yes. I really wish I could get into like a Comic Con or something, but I can't even afford that at the moment. Let me look real quick. This one's gonna hurt so bad because the production cost on the sword was like $200 because the other 5 didn't come out with it. However, I'm artificially holding all the casted stuff down to lower prices because I'd like them to actually sell. I'm trying to use all the any sales that from casted at 0 so far to fund continuing casting. Fingers crossed, because yeah. Listings. $60 a piece. There's also 4 opal ones on the site at the moment. Ah, 60 a piece. Got a $30 sapphire in it. That towards the fucking steel. Dibs to anyone who wants one of these, who calls for it. Thank you for bringing some attention to those. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's taken a lot of time to turn these into, pendants, and even then, they're just not all coming out. But I want to keep trying, keep doing it again. I'm really, it's a cool process. Thanks. I appreciate you saving me the time. Now I don't have to list them. All 3 are sold. Are you? Why do I ask you that? I appreciate you. Thank you, Will. Heady. $40 of that'll go into fuel. Might even be able to put 60, an extra 20 in and get the full acetylene, because I've got a second acetylene torch right now, and if I can get that thing working and dumping heat into one of those crucibles, I bet I can fucking get that shit hot enough to just, it'll be all right, I think. Fuck, I'm gonna need more cast or investments. Thank you, Will. That'll give me the fuel and investment I need to do another couple casts. So I really do appreciate it. I do need a kiln. The burnout process just can't really be done without one. It can, but not well. Actually, since you're here right now, Will, a local jeweler I know was super, super nice and donated. She may have only been loaning them to me, but still. Uh, so, like, one of the issues I'm having with this is that casting investment's really fucking expensive, and learning with this, you burn through $40 in 3 casts. Okay, 5. So she gave me one that's the same size without the perforations, but she also gave me a bunch of these smaller ones, including, like, this is a real small one. I'm not. So, I had like 1 cast left. I'm probably going to get 3 more out of those. It's just I don't have any propane. Okay, I got a little. I might have enough to do one more with what I got on hand. But yeah, I do need a forge or a better torch. Although, like I said, I do have a full acetylene torch to do the melting part at least. And then from there, I can do a little bit more. Because it's a full out, like, mini acetylene. It throws fire. But the kiln is what's going to kill me. I can make a forge. I cannot make a kiln. Got to mix up a little bit more. I've been playing with this boric acid a bit. I wish I knew more. I'm also going through this struggle of like, for gold, I have 6 grams of 18 karat and about 6 grams of 14 karat, but I could alloy all of that down to about 20 grams of 10 karat, which will actually have more bulk to it. And I'm like, and it'd be cheaper. And I got lab grown diamonds. I think that might be the way to go, actually, with that. Nothing else, just deal with the 14 karat. I don't know. I'll have to put more thought into that. That might be a good option. Okay. Get a forge set up eventually, I'm sure. It's going to take some time. Like, all right, cool. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Seven. All right. Down a little bit, please. A little more, maybe. Just rolling out a piece of metal real quick. That'll do. Still slightly thicker. Two. Boom. Perfect. All right. So now I'm going to want 8 pieces of hard solder. Roughly. A good soaking over real quick. Oh, weird. Can't dilute it too much. Did you know? First thing I'm doing is putting some flux onto the structural posts that I'm going to be adding here. Now, then I add the prompt. It's boric acid. It's a type of flux, and it's a very toxic yellowish green color. One nice feature about it is you can spray the stuff. Then when you get some pesky piece that doesn't want to solder together, because you burned away all your solder. All right. Like, that's better. Why wouldn't you? All right. Those prongs are pissing me off, but because I've got them in place, Whew. That took way too long. All right. Now I could notch this in, but I feel like that would be going overboard. If I was doing this project in like gold and had a lot of budget for labor, I probably would. Yeah, bro, what's going on, buddy? I should have tested to make sure first, but like I'm pretty sure that's good. It's gonna be fine. At least I really, really, really hope so. As you can see, I'm kind of using these to hold that in place and get my prongs exactly where I'm gonna want them. Oh yeah, that is why I'm glad I don't live in Nevada anymore. Well, one of the reasons. All right, so now I've got this where I want it. Hopefully that does what I needed to do. I'm gonna need the minimum 8 pieces of medium solder for this next operation. And oh wow, I'm gonna have to get more solder too. I am. The fires changed our weather. It was supposed to be in the hundreds, and then now it's raining and it's somewhat cool out, which is why there was no business last night for me. Oh hey pro. You know what? Now that I think about it, Will, thank you. You gave me a good idea. Everyone, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, everyone. Will made me realize that I have a really easy form of advertising. One of the patrons, or the patron of the channel, like he hangs out at ASA, and he gets some of my most incredible work, and really has. I wouldn't be here without the support. Like I literally, it just would not be feasible. So we have all these casted pieces that I've made for $60 a piece. The sword's a goddamn steal. These are opal, various gemstones. In the rest of them, that's ruby, um, tourmaline, sapphire, rhodolite garnet, and spessartine garnet. And then, of course, little opal pendants. So, oh yeah, earlier he had just given me kind of given me an idea, but I realized like, hey, I got a lot of these casted pendants. I should just have them, a few of them chilling out. Yeah. Uh, it's been challenging. I'm still not able to do anything that I've I'm hoping to, but I will get there. Um, actually, and right now, so each of these pieces that are $60 a piece, I'm literally taking 90% of the money and putting it into back into the investments, fuel, so on and so forth. The other 10% is going to monsters. I won't lie. Hey, man, I've I've at least been drinking half of what I drink every day is either Powerade or Kool-Aid now. Um, and also I've stopped using Uber Eats for food. So my diet is pretty much now cereal and mac and cheese with hot dogs. Oh, and yogurt. I've been doing these parfaits thing that I've been making. I'm trying. I also cut everything or all my subscriptions except for Star Wars. Don't judge me. All right. Sprayed some flux on. I do got to admit that stuff has been so amazing. I love it. One more. You don't want to cooperate. That is fine. I know how to deal with your kind. I can't help it, right? Like, I was going to cancel my Disney Plus, and then I was like, fuck, Ahsoka's coming out next week. I can't do that. There it is. All right. And I still got a little fuel left. Health reasons and just trying to, you know, keep bills paid and shit. I really don't have a need to be freaking out and super stressed out. Like, got 2 weeks till bills are due anyway. But I don't know. Money just keeps being a stressor for me, and I'm like, well, if that's the case, then why don't we start taking some action to relieve some of that stress? Um, and the health benefit is just like an added bonus to that, really. Okay, so I got this. Now, I really struggle with settings that are this basic, but since it's going to be a hybrid, I figure I can I can figure something out. And if I can't, well, I suck or something. I don't know. But right now I've got a little filing that's necessary. Where is I have files specifically for this, but this one will do the job. Not even solder together. The next pass I'll be making sure it does. Open to Disney. Oh, it comes out next week, Tuesday. And it's not at midnight too. They've changed the release date to like some reasonable hour. Quite shocked all of us, really. Like Disney is not known for being reasonable, I guess is the best way to say that. And I'm not hating on Disney for like a lot of the reasons a lot of other fans do. I love Ahsoka. I love the concept of her finally having her own show. I hate what they did to Luke. I like the High Republic books a lot. High Republic books were amazing, actually. Any true Star Wars nerd who wants to get into a debate about that, please hit me up. I'll even debunk the whole it's woke bullshit, because it ain't. Actually, I would almost say it's more the other direction in a lot of them. But even, if it is, or, let's say it's the other direction, it's still a good story no matter what, with, like, really interesting worldviews that I think are enjoyable and thought-provoking. Like the concept of forced positivity and toxic positivity and the damage that can cause with people. I was glad to see them address that in that. And Iris, everyone should hate what they did to Luke. I won't say the original series, I will say Luke. The original Legends left a lot to be desired. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. A lot of beauty to it. Thrawn, who is like the purest bad guy ever. I'm still curious how in like 2 days he went from being morally incorruptible to willing to shoot on civilians, and that's canon. Fucking yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the games. Jedi Survivor is another thought-provoking storyline, although I can't lie, like that moment in The Force Unleashed when Galen Merrick pulls a fucking Star Destroyer out of orbit. It's hard to beat that Just because it was like the first time a game ever gave you the opportunity to do something so absolutely fucking cool. Like, you can't beat that nostalgia and that like enjoyment of that moment. Even with doing it again, it sucks. Kind of like Final Fantasy VII. Like, I'd argue, well, it had a great storyline and was an amazing game. What really made people fall in love with it was all of the firsts that were allowed to it, or in that. Halo, same thing. Doom, speaking of firsts, oh my god, I can actually shoot from the first person point of view. That is so cool. I think VR might provide a lot of those opportunities again, though, if taken the right way or done the right way. All right, I think that's going to be good enough for now. So, envisioning this, and this is going to be where it gets slightly difficult, I need the frame for the wire wrap to come and grow off of this, and then a slightly smaller frame on the bottom that catches up to it so that I've got an area for a chain to go through. I haven't tried this type of a hybrid yet. And I'm doing it differently from the people I've seen do it, like Valk9. Who does it really well. Homie, you can't be that far away. Second release had me devastated. Like, he couldn't just hide with his family. Yeah, and I think you're talking about the Fourth Unleashed too. I've I've read the book for the first one, or I've gotten a good way through the book for the first one. It's a. Then again, Star Wars was meant to be a tragedy. Something a lot of people don't or always forget. Like, I think part of the point of Star Wars is that sometimes the only options you have are shitty ones, and none of the results are going to be really great. All right. But before I go any further, moment of truth. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. I can do a claw setting around that. And I can even use it to push that down, cut off a little bit more of that. But yeah, Galen's destiny really was unfortunate for sure. I love how, like, all of us are still like, put Starkiller in the fucking cannon. And I think there are just as many of us asking for Starkiller as there are asking for Cal Kestis. All right, so now I did change the way I was gonna do the setting, but that's okay. Perfect. No, perfect. I think you're right, Iris. Like, I don't know for sure, but and I'm even a fairly, like, I've watched the Jedi Survivor playthroughs. I thought they were pretty cool, but if I had to pick between one or the other, Star Killer. I had to think about that for a minute. I had to really think about that for a minute. All right, and all right, I'm gonna pull a couple of these off. Anyone is interested, feel free to let me know. I have colors upon colors in these. Yeah, there is some major truth to that. This is gonna get wrap soldered together. I can tell once all that gets. All right, I'm gonna start with this. But I have a challenge. There we go. Really? There's a hurricane over there? That's insane. All right. So I'm back to using hard solder for this next operation. I just got a fine set hard solder. Not solder. Piece. Perfect. Is that what they're considering that? So, that's, yeah. Yes. All right. Cool. Cool. So one thing I know I'm gonna need is a tube setting. I don't know what stone I'm gonna set there, but I do know I'm gonna need a tube setting. So I'm just gonna cut it and put it in there. Hey, that's a wire wrap. Better be safe than sorry. Good. There we go. So I want that tube setting there. Let's see if this is too big. Not quite. Okay. Cut off. Another millimeter. One of these days, I gotta go through and like remelt all my scrap back down into like bars and ingots and stuff. That takes so much time and fuel. Like I am 90% sure I don't have anywhere near enough fuel to do that. Okay. I might need to flatten this up a little bit. No big deal. Just snag this nylon mallet. Give it a couple good whacks. And it's now exactly what you need it to be. Flat. Oh, that flux I use. Here's another cool thing about it. These pieces, getting them all arranged can be a real pain. That flux will act like a like a glue, I guess would be the best way to say it. Fairly good one too. Huh. I thought it was a hurricane. Horrible. Heart goes out to all of those people. It sucks too that so many of those messed up companies were going in trying to buy out some of those properties, and they had to put a moratorium on land transfer, which they did, but at the same time, like a lot of those people now have no resources and can't get any resources because they can't. I'm not saying that like it's cool to go screw over people in bad positions, but yeah, I thought it was a hurricane. I was gonna say windstorm sounds a little light. Really? Look around. Right? Oh wait, I'm missing things. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I like I said, that it's quite a tragedy. Sorry, I'm over here cursing out and threatening my work because I got time for no BS. All right, we are well into this frame. I have 2 pieces left. Cool. Yeah, that's a little shorter. Oftentimes, I think I should just do this like Valk does. Actually, screw it. I am gonna do it like Valk does because his way's efficient and it saves time. I wish I would have remembered it sooner. His way is to dispense with the fine-tune, like cutting exactly the right size. Just put the sticks about how you want them, fire them, and smash the shit out of it with a hammer. Boom. Your frame's done. And it works fairly well. All right. That's how it's done. And of course you would. There we go. Part 1 of frame is complete. Oh, almost. Almost complete. All right. Hmm. Anyone got anything interesting in life? Uh, questions, tips? I'd love any and all tips. Hmm. Earlier, I was trying to say that like I've never taken classes in like in how to understand design concepts and stuff. I actually want to elaborate a little bit on that, as I think it might be kind of a strength, and a weakness, because I'm wanting to develop a style of my own. Oh, that's not gonna cut nicely. And if you're just copying the same design aspects that have been what's popular throughout history, you're not going to have a unique style. I'll actually give a modern. Actually, I think his work might. It's either modernist, brutalist, or cubist. I'm not sure. I may have gotten it wrong too. What his style is exactly. David Yurman. I dread to think that I'll probably. I hope I don't end up like him someday. But in a way, if I couldn't complain if I do. He's probably sitting back on a beach somewhere and fucking or not, somewhere, Bahamas, wherever. And all his work is casted now. But originally, he took his inspiration from being a welder and started making things that looked like they were cable or like they were rebar. I don't think he actually did rebar. And it became really popular. I think part of the reason it became popular is because there's a lot of gentlemen out there who liked the style. It would speak to them, and so they would then get it for their loved ones. But now it's not like there's. I'm pretty sure all of his designs now are casted. I don't think he does anything That's he got stuck in his style. That's it. Something I'm afraid of. This is why I've tried so many different things. And I regret it not. So I'm gonna wrap this on first. Ooh. No, you can't do that. Can you? Why can't you do that? Would it work still? No, it wouldn't. Not this design. Damn it. Fuck, that is so cool. All right. Iris, I need you to bug this shit out of me on something until I do it. Because this design isn't gonna work for it. Have a good one, Will. Thank you for dropping in and all the love and support. Shoot me a text message, please. Iris, will you bug me to do a hybrid where what I've done is, like, you see how this just kind of hangs and is free floating? That would be really cool. It's not going to work for this design, but I would love it to work for a design in the future. Have a good night, Will. Thank you again. Oh crap, Will, don't. Oh, it's too late. Shit. Oh well, no biggie. All right, well, now for the really scary soldering. God, it'd be so dope to be doing like a big piece like this out of solid gold with thicker pieces that I could like install diamonds into every bit and screaming. Alrighty. So for this operation, I'm going to use medium solder. It might be a little risky, but most. Ooh, no. Be really risky. We're still going to go with medium just because there's a lot of soldering left, and I have a feeling I'm going to have to step down a couple times still. So. All right, that's 6 pieces, 7 for, luck. I won't lie, there is going to be a lot of soldered elements on this piece. All right. Have that joined together. Now, I did notice it's fighting me the whole way. There it is. One more to go. I'm going to drop that in my pickle pot. Iris, I will be right back. Iris and anyone else who is watching, because someone is. I'll be right back. I need to utilize the restroom. Should be enough time for that piece to pickle properly. And yeah, so I will be right back. This commercial break is brought to you by Celestial Reach. You can find us on Etsy, or you can just shout out in the stream. We have several very beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pendants available today at a fairly low price of $60, which is, for my work, that's a pretty good deal. Got opal pieces, ruby. Might end up going to Lisa, but yeah, be right back. Thank you for that like, whoever threw that one to me. We'll return to the previous scheduled program. I apologize about that. Thank you all for your patience. So, pickle pot real quick. Oh yeah, that worked great, real quick. That said though, what? I hate having to dilute it down like that, but I literally have no more vinegar left, so that has to last me until I can get up to the store tomorrow. Fuck does he do that? I'm gonna figure that out. Bobby White has that little cool trick where he flips. Yes, the pickle pot takes off all of the or a lot of the oxidization. So this prong was actually sticking out, which is why it's still black. But it will turn the silver to this kind of white color. This is really nice for spots like inside, because especially as you keep building onto something and it keeps getting bigger, it becomes really, really difficult to polish, which I'll do real quick because it's good to have things as polished as possible and file. Actually, I should go through now and file as well. But first, I like to polish so I have an even way to look at it all. But it can get really hard to start getting that disc into really tight places. You can see I'm not able to touch that joint back there. And I'd rather, or most of us jewelers would rather it be a whitish color or a white silverish color or a white goldish color than to be black in those spots, because that just looks really bad. Here's an example. I should have pickled this, and I didn't. Let's see if I can get it to... You'll see the inside of the bale is black, and that's because I didn't pickle it. I was in a hurry. Pickle is actually an acid. So what it is it's vinegar and salt mixed together. There are other pickles, but that is the one of the original, because pickle and or vinegar and salt. It's how you pickle things like pickles. And then when you heat it up, it makes that acid work a lot faster to remove things like oxidization. Unfortunately, I've tried to use it for acid etching silver, but it doesn't work. You are here, Lisa. That meant you heard what I said earlier. Dang it. Oh well. I need something stronger. Yes, I do. You're right. For acid etching. I'll start playing with that when I get further into the Mokumegame or Mokumegane, which I won't lie, I am really loving. Like, it's taking everything I have to stop. I did my third one trying to do it with silver alloys, and it just didn't look all that great. And I was just like, actually, do I have it over here? I do. So I used what I believe is called shakuto and regular fine silver, but I would need to be able to acid etch to really delineate the lamination properly on it. It just doesn't look as good. Now those solid gold or the gold and silver ones looked great. I'm really struggling. I might end up alloying a lot of my gold down to 10K. Because, why not? It will go so much further as 10 karat gold. It's just it sucks because it's like I don't want to do low quality. But I don't want to. I also don't want to cost my work to cost so much that nobody can afford it. Okay, so I'm gonna want And so, the higher cost materials like 10 karat gold is going to be 20% cheaper than 14 karat gold, and noticeably cheaper than 18 karat gold. I'm going to have to make a gallery for this with the logo or the initials, and I need a logo. I really wish I could convince somebody to get me up a file for one and make a logo. I just want a gear and a star in it. And it would be really cool if the gear and the star could look like they're spelling out celestial reach. Okay. This is going to take some skill. But I already know how to do it. Thankfully. I don't think I need to step down to medium on this one, but I do think it'll be the next one, or down to easy on this solder, but I do believe the next one I will. If for no other reason than I'm almost out of medium solder. Not much. Me talking about how I wish that I could work with higher quality stuff but I also want it to be affordable, and like the price difference between say 14 karat and 10 karat gold. Okay. I figured that out right as you said something, Iris. Super durable. God, I miss Bella. Wait. I don't know. I sent her a text message last week, but I haven't heard back. I probably should send her another one, but I know she also probably needs rest and such, so I'm trying not to bug her. But I really, really do miss her. I've got a hell of a surprise for her too when she finally is feeling better. But we'll save that for another day. Will do. I'll shoot her a text after the live stream and let her know that everyone misses her and hopes that she's doing better. So now I have to switch down to easy solder because this thing will fall apart if I try to solder with medium still. I'm gonna pull all of these out. And then I think I'm gonna find my solder pick because what I'm about to do, I think I'd rather do it with my solder pick. I don't see it. That's not something I normally lose. Ah, I just don't normally use or always use it. So what I've just done is loaded it up with flux, which earlier I was talking about how flux will kind of glue things into place. I think I'll have a good example of that. So this bar across the top is not attached yet. God damn, why are you hating on me? Okay. There we go. So if I did it right, that piece won't come off unless I add a lot of heat to it. The flux actually melts and turns into like glass of some sort. And that prevents all sorts of BS from going down. Like, even angles that used to screw me up really bad, I can now work with. Alrighty. Solder pit down for a moment. Alright, I got that piece with that. Now, this is hopefully going to be the bail. Hopefully. However, I wasn't able to see it from the right angle, and that was working for me. So Now, this isn't going to be the fuel efficient move, what I'm about to do, but I do need to know that this isn't off balance already. So what I'm gonna do is I've got this chain that I keep around. Actually, somebody might get a kick out of this. So I bought this. It's marked that it's sterling silver. And I bought it from a very reputable seller. I buy from them a lot. It's the only thing that, and I mean, like, we're talking thousands I bought from them. It's the only thing that's ever come back that wasn't legit. So I didn't even really make a big deal out of it. This is how I test to make sure that it's going to hang pretty much correctly, and it looks about right. I'm happy with that. So it's much harder to take those off when they're fully soldered on than it is to take them off when they're only soldered at one point. I could cut them off if I needed to, but that's a real pain in the butt. It's not very clean. Oh, that's I didn't solder down. Okay, that's all right. I think it's ready. Once again. Also, something I've noticed with the boric acid flux, it makes the job of the pickle pot a lot quicker. And that's always nice. Pretty sure I can do this with easy solder. So I'm going to. And then I will make the gallery, which is going to be a major pain in the. But I should be able to attach it with. Actually, I might even be able to attach it with easy solder. It's always nice to leave room just in case. All right, and throw it in the pickle. Something about the pickle. The way it works is hard for me to explain, but I know this. If you put steel in it, it will pull the steel, the iron ions, or not ions, the iron atoms out, and they'll sit in there. I believe it's some like an electrolyte or something. Like I need to polish up the science side of it, but then when you throw silver in, it will literally bond the iron to it, and that can cause some major problems. Like you're basically steel plating your silver and gold, which is not generally something that you would want to do. However, we're going back to design because I want the backside of this to look really cool. Sorry, I just spaced. What planet am I on? Apologies about that. What I need is a pencil. So in this general area, how do you make a gear? And you just cut those out. Hmm. Let's see what I can do. Yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can get bad about that one. And see, Will, I even waited till you were gone to start sawing on shit. Wasn't that awesome of me? Oh, come on. I apologize. I'm 3 hours into this project already. That's what I mean about people like just. I'm not 100% sure if it's that they don't know or they just don't care how much work goes into this. I think it might be a little bit of both. Anyone want to buy a Bob Barker coat? Iris, actually, I bet that would be pretty popular in your area. Definitely certain clicks. Trevor, are you still here? If so, I think you might know what I'm talking about. No. I'll send you a picture after the. Actually, here, I'll get it. I'll show you. It's just a coat. Like, I actually have 2 of these still, and I'll pick them up if I see them in the future. If these 2 happen to sell, but it's just a coat. Uh, it is not quality, but it is Bob Barker. Go ahead and Google it, Iris. You probably get a better idea. When I say Bob Barker, I mean the same Bob Barker who hosted the Price Wheel of Fortune. No, not Wheel of Fortune. The Price is Right. Mm, they're meant. They're my codes, And I'm a really big guy. And also with the culture of where I was at when I got them, you always wanted it to be baggy on you. So you would go for like a size or two up. Every once in a while, there'll be a fad for them. And for like the real ones, not the knockoff ones, but like, which is funny because the knockoff ones are probably better quality than the real ones. The only difference is one was made using slave labor in China, the knockoff, and the other was used slave labor in America. Yeah, like Sons of Anarchy made a big demand for them, I remember. And then, so every once in a while, you'll get a show like that, and they'll end up being popular. I'm surprised Yellowstone actually hasn't done it yet. I'm sure they will eventually if they keep going with it. Eh, just to try and see what happens. I am making the backside, or what's called the gallery. So right now I'm cutting out a little tiny gear. Because steampunk. Can you imagine once upon a time this is how machines actually had to be made? Or by, well, lost wax casting. I'm actually hoping that I can get these to sell because I'm work with winter coming. I'm working out a nonprofit idea with them. Basically, Bob Barker is the brand that uh, all the prisons in the U.S. use. apparently he had a son who, and I heard this while I was locked up. Apparently he had a son who had gotten himself into trouble and was appalled by the fact that like there weren't affordable supplies, and especially with them only paying like 30 cents an hour or a day. So Bob Barker started a business that just made super cheap soap, toothbrush, clothes, hairbrushes, like all the stuff that you might need, razors, and like somehow he even got it so like you get free Bob Barker stuff when you get locked up, right out the bat. Like they try selling it as well, but you can go up and ask for hygiene at any time and they can't tell you no. Well, they have to provide at least like one razor a week and blah blah blah. And coats. You can't buy the coats, you're issued one. So there's only one way to get a real jacket like that. And I don't recommend it to anyone. But I'm still good friends with some people who work at a sober living house here in where I live, and they accept almost only people from, or at least they used to. I don't know if this is still the case, but they pretty much only accept people who are locked up because a lot of the people in there get told to get parole, you have to go to a sober living, and that can take years. And I'd really love to set up a program where, like, we sell their coat, buy a nice coat, and then as soon as you get out, like, throw that or give me that shit. Here's a new coat, get you through the winter, type thing. So I figured I'd start with trying to sell my own. They're on Mercari right now. Alrighty, we got that. Now I just need to file on it a little. I don't know why I'm trying to do a gear again. I've tried to do gears like over and over, and I just can't get it down. I should put some time into it and make a mold of one. So whenever I finally get this whole casting bullshit down, I can. All right, I have tools for this. Like exactly for this. Help drill bit. There it is. Yeah, well, I mean, steampunk has had such a heavy influence on me and my brand. Set those out still. I can't believe how well this turned out. I just wish I would have gotten like 7 of them. Tonight before I crash out, I'll probably try to set up a new one since I did just get enough funding to replace everything. So, or I think I did. The guy who made the first clock ever is a fucking master. I don't care what anyone says. Because he somehow not only made all this, but did it in a way that could work. I don't even know how you would get precision like that. Like, holy crap sticks. All right. Right? But he wasn't just a blacksmith. Um, like, I don't actually think whoever made the first clock was probably a jeweler. It takes too much precision to make all those tiny goddamn pieces. I imagine whoever made the first like wind up one or whatever, the first mechanical one, it probably just like making the pieces probably took them years to get that much precision and perfection. All right, I'm gonna grab it. There we go. And so, because of it being in an acid, I then take and dip into a baking soda water and then rinse it off back into the baking soda, back into the water. That makes it so I get the acid off, and I don't know if it'll actually like burn you, but I don't want to fucking take that chance. So now I have the frame for the most part, but there is one more, or at least one more piece I'm having soldered in, if not more. And that's going to be the central loop thing. I don't know what to call it. I think loop thing works pretty good though. So right now, I just need to decide between 8 and 10 gauge. And partially my decision is going to be based off of what I have in stock and how much. So that's 10 gauge. That's 10 gauge. This big piece is 8. How perfect. I don't want to go with 8, but I feel like 10 is going to be my smart choice, so I'm going with that. Yeah, and they didn't have today's electric tools. Like, holy crap. So, for my design, I have a piece of wire that wraps around that setting, goes down, reaches over here, and then attaches to the side of the piece. And this big thick wire, it does some really cool things when you're wire wrapping, but see, but I could use like this too. Do I want? No, I don't. I want it. But it's bulky tying it in. So I rather just solder it on to whatever I'm working on. It saves so many problems. but it still looks flat out wire wrapped by design because it kind of still is wire wrapped. It's a challenge getting everything right on these, but that's all right. These are the type of projects that I really, really, really love doing. The ones that take every skill I have plus a couple to make it work. Bingo! I don't got much fluid left. Alrighty. So, also the cool part about when you're doing something like this is silver gets annealed by heating it up, which is the term we use, meaning it basically softens it by realigning the crystalline structure of the metal. Now, it has to be a non-ferrous metal for this to work. However, like 10 gauge, this is normally the type of wire you would need pliers, very strong pliers, to bend. I just need a pair of strong pliers to hold the spot I want it to stay in. And then every once in a while, I need to slightly adjust because you'll notice, like, the way that's turning, I want it to be more. I don't want it to be a little flatter, too. I won't lie. I want that a little flatter. But now down here, it didn't get heated up, so it's not as soft. It's dead soft is what they call that, Rio. But you know, I think that's a matter of opinion because it's definitely not as soft as it can get. Damn, I know how my metal bends because I drew that almost perfectly how it ended up bending. All right. Now, I'm going to do this in a way that might seem a little weird to people. I'm actually going to solder that to right there, and then I'm going to cut it. And the reason that I want to do it that way is, again, the bulky thing. I know this isn't like what you normally would think of as wire wrapping, but surprise. So this is my math torch, and I'm using it because my other torch has a very limited supply of gas right now. And that thick wire does not heat quickly, for sure. But I gotta be careful because it also will melt very quickly. Perfections. Yeah. You can kind of see uh, that's my acetylene fuel that I have left. Basically, what it's saying is I don't have any acetylene left, which I would like to have fully figured out before I start wrapping, but I may not get that opportunity. It is pretty late too, so and it's definitely going to be an errand that I have to run tomorrow, is getting more gas. So some people say that you should only use your file like this, and others say it doesn't matter if you do this. Very complicated thing. On some files, it can supposedly damage them going backwards. I don't know if I believe that as much when you're doing gold and silver. I think that advice was from people who use these on steel, which is what they're often used for. I mean, I'm using an automotive file because it's very aggressive, and sometimes you need some aggressive metal removal. One more in there, and then one over there. And I would like to solder them on if I can. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but yep, I'm gonna want to solder this about here. I am going to anneal the metal real quick. And this is why I have it like 3 torches next to me. Is because some torches are just way better at doing some things than others. Let's see. Live. Alright, I'm not gonna do that. But I'm gonna go with it anyway because who knows? These parallel action pliers are the freaking best, by the way. All right, so the easy thing to do here is gonna just to be to solder it what I want it. Probably gonna want some more easy for this. Pretty well attached. Ow. I'm very aware that that is still hot. Thank you. All right, and then All right, I'm gonna wrap it like that. I'm only gonna be soldering this, but that helps it hold closer to where I want it, although it is definitely fighting me on it for sure. There we go. There's a good solid area. There they are. Okay. Just wanting to fight a little bit. That's all right. First thing I'm gonna do, just saturate that area with the flux that makes the solder flow much easier. Then you can use the map torch to really add a quick burst of heat if you need to. Well, so that fluid at least. Now that just bends right up, and I can do like I did with this one over here and just cut it flush with the bottom. And as I make my gallery, I'm going to work really hard to make this look not only nice, but flat. I'm also tempted to throw another bit of solder right there and right here. I don't want to affect this prong, although probably do it without doing so. Anyway, because that way, if I decide that I want to put, I've got amethyst facets that'll fit in this actually. Then I can. Actually, they might be a little too big. But we'll worry about that when I get to that point where I can do that. For now, I'm just going to cut this nice and flush with the bottom of the gallery. I really wish I could take a mold of this and cast it, but since I can barely get like thick stuff to cast, I'm 99.999% sure that it just would not cast a frame. At least not yet. Someday maybe. Getting closer to it, at least. But I couldn't do it now. Okay, we got that. Looks. Damn. Flatten that. Yeah. And sometimes you just need flush cutters. I'm liking how it's looking. So, to get things to pickle faster, I've learned it's better if you drop them in that pickle while they are really hot. Matter of fact, I'll show what it does. Normally it takes longer to boil, but and it just boils off all of that extra crud. All right, everyone. It is 9:30. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours. I really appreciate y'all showing up. Um, I don't know that I'll have a very good video or short tomorrow morning because I normally would have been recording, but yeah. Anyway, y'all, I appreciate you coming by, watching, chatting, hanging out, giving me thumbs up and likes, subscribing, and all that. Feel free to ask questions if you're watching this in the future. I know that's not super popular, but there are some that do. Whether you're watching it now, tomorrow, a year from now, I thank you. I love you. I couldn't do this without all y'all. So, be safe, and we will see you again at some point this week.